You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cave. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, strike two. Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
All right. Sunday Fun Day with your Atlanta Braves. Special Sunday edition since we didn't get a chance to do the game yesterday. Went to a really nice charity event for St. Michael Soldiers, and really neat thing that they put on for helping kids in military families, underprivileged military families. So really neat event, and we do it once a year. So that's why there was no Saturday broadcast. So we are going to bring you Sunday Fun Day, normally the day that we take off, but every once in a while we will do a Sunday game. And I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be tough. This won't be a really long pregame show. As first pitch is coming up right here at 4:10 Eastern. Just wanted to touch on a couple of things to get you set, get you an idea of what's going on with game number 3. From my understanding, the roof will be closed today. Not 100% sure on that because there were conflicting. I saw 3 different reports, and 2 said yes and 1 said no. So I would think with it getting up into the 90s today that they're probably going to close the roof. That's typically what they do. So the ball doesn't fly out as much. And Zach Gallen's on the mound, and they're going to be protective of him and how good he is. They want it to be a pitcher's duel, right? So I'm going with the assumption of that. If I see it differently, we'll correct that at game time. But as of right now, that's what I'm getting. But not really all that important to the whole grand scheme of things as we look at game number 3. What's going to really come down to is this. Zach Gallen is an absolute beast. Now, they are missing some of their starters because they're giving him a day off, just like we're missing Murphy, giving him a day off after the night game. It's pretty typical behind the plate where your catcher does not catch, your starting catcher does not play the next day because it's such a short turnaround, and it's just more likely for injury. And with the day off tomorrow, that's going to give Murphy 2 days off from behind the plate, unless something were to happen, they substitute him, whatever happened. But going into it, 2 days off before the Mets come a-calling. But listen to this. In Zach Gallen's 6 home starts this season, he's 6-0. You don't like the sound of that, as he hasn't lost not even once. He hasn't even got a no decision, 6-0 with a 0.66 ERA, a 0.73 whip, 11.9 strikeouts per 9. Oof. So it's going to be a tall hill to climb. But I think the Braves can get it done in a number of ways. First of all, Soroka's going to, they've put a lot on Soroka here, his second start. That's why I really wasn't that crazy about them doing the rotation the way they did it, but they were trying to give everyone the extra day off. I saw this matchup from a mile away, and I'm like, man, is that who we want to put Soroka against in his second game? But it is what it is. It's one game in 162. I think they're looking more big term. They didn't want him going up against the Mets. I would have liked to have seen him pitch on yesterday, but that's not what we got, and this is where we are. He could have pitched on Saturday on 5 days rest and give someone else an extra day off to give Strider that extra day, because it doesn't look like Strider's going to hit the Mets series anyways, unless they change it. Right now, the Mets series looks like it's going to be Elder, Schuster, and Morton. Now, they may change that. He very well could pitch Thursday, because Thursday would be on normal rest. But unless they do that, if they're not planning on doing that, then I would have preferred to see Strider versus Gallen. It would have been an incredible pitching matchup, to say the least. But this is where we are, and this is where I think we're going to finally see a couple of things. First of all, when you look at the lineup, you got Acuna, Olsen, Riley, Darno, Rosario. Then it's going to be Ozzie, Ozuna, DH, RC, and Harris. Nothing really groundbreaking there. Nothing that's going to, move the needle, so to speak. And I still would really like to see them find a way to get at bats for Sam Hilliard and Kevin Pillar more often, because these are two pretty good players that are not getting any kind of reps, and that's just not good for a long term. What if there is an injury to one of our outfielders? It's no knock against anybody who's getting the at bats today. I would just prefer to see Hilliard and Pilar get more at bats than what they do. But the other thing that I think we might finally see is the entrance of AJ Smith-Shawver, who's called up earlier this week, and then we haven't seen him. It really hasn't asked for it, considering the way the series has played out. But when you got Soroka out there, no matter how many innings he goes, you could piggyback Shawver off of him, and Shawver is stretched out to the point where he could give you 2 or 3 innings. Now, I'm not talking about doomsday scenario where Soroka goes out there and spits the bit and gets knocked out in the second inning, and then you've got to find some. Well, then obviously you're going to see Shawver. I'm talking about even if Soroka goes out there and pitches well, we'll say give us 5 innings. 6 would be great, but let's just say 5. You could go to Shawver for 2, maybe even 3 if he's pitching well. We don't know how he's going to react. A 20-year-old on the mound in Arizona gets a good offense. But I'd like to see him get his feet wet before we even consider putting him in against the Mets in front of the home crowd. You know what kind of nerves that's going to be? Get all the butterflies out today. So I think there's a very strong possibility that we finally get to see Shawver today. You got to get him some work. And I do believe that when we get later in the game, we're probably going to get some relievers that we haven't seen from Arizona, and you might get some guys turned around, which means you might get Pilar come in against a lefty. You might get Hilliard later in the game. You never know. Hilliard could definitely come in as for the designated hitter if it's a tough right-hander, if they want to bench Ozuna or even as a pinch runner. But I would like to see the guys get some at-bats is the big thing. But anyways, that's where we're at on that. The game today, if you're looking at the line, Atlanta is a slight underdog in Vegas. And let me pull up the most recent of the lines. This one's coming from, which book is this? Is this the Caesars book, I believe? Yeah, this is Caesars. So today it's Arizona minus 130, which means you're going to get Atlanta on the plus. I think it was plus 125, and then the over under 8.5. I'll tell you right now, I'd be banging that under. I mean, come on, 8.5 runs. I just gave you Zach Gallen's numbers, and Atlanta's offense has been really spotty. And I think Soroka will go out there and pitch a good game, and I do think Atlanta will unload Shawver and then whatever is needed out of the bullpen because you got tomorrow off. So I would just be shocked if it got to 9 runs. 9 runs is pretty high scoring in Major League Baseball. And for that game to get to that point, man, you're basically talking about everyone not having it today. And there's nothing that I have seen that makes me think that the Atlanta Braves are going to go out there and just scald Zach Gallen at home at his .6 ERA. But I do think the path for us to get the win is the fact that we hit home runs. When a guy of that caliber is on the mound, it's really difficult to piece together innings of 4 or 5 hits on a guy, right? Guy that good at home too. But if he has one mistake, pop goes the weasel over the fence, right? So I just feel like Atlanta can maybe get a hold of a couple and then get them out of the game and then maybe tack on. I'm going to go with the final score of Atlanta gets the W. I think it'll be – I really think it's going to be a low-scoring game today. I'm going to go 4-3. I think it's going to be a tight one. By the way, great job by the bullpen last night. Didn't get a chance to do the game, but I did watch it. And I watched it in its entirety when I got home. I watched the replay. After the game ended, I went back and watched the replay. Iglesias looked really good last night. And Strider was Strider. And he's at this stage in his career, he gives you what you expect. I mean, he went 6 innings, gave up just 2 earned runs. He did walk 4. You don't love that. But the way, as hard as he throws, and the walks are just always going to come with that guy. It just is. You only got 7 strikeouts, but that's an Arizona team that doesn't strike out a lot. But Chavez did an incredible job. And then Nick Anderson and Iglesias coming in and slamming the door. That was an impressive couple of innings. And heck, I mean, not only did they not give up a run, both of them only threw 11 pitches. So you're talking about a situation where they could be ready to roll today. So let's go ahead and step aside here for a second. Got to get you the lineups and all that stuff. And then we'll be ready for first pitch. Braves versus the Diamondbacks. Soroka's second start out. We hope to see just a little better on the mound each time. I'm going to call it, because his first start was against such a bad offense, I'm going to say his second start, he goes somewhere between 4 to 5 innings and gives up 2 runs. And if he can do that, and the bullpen can come in and help him out, he's going to give us a chance to win. And that's all you can ever ask from a starting pitcher. Give us a fighting chance, get into the back of that Arizona bullpen, because Gallen is going to do Gallen stuff. The Braves need to work the count, but they just don't tend to do that. When they go up against a stud, they tend to try to ambush them. And if it doesn't work out, it turns into what Wheeler did to us last week. 8 innings, 12 strikeouts, that kind of stuff, because you don't get the pitch count up. If the ambushing works, then you get to him early, you get some runs, and away we go. I think the success rate is probably around 30% from what I've seen. Just you go to ambush a really good pitcher, and he knows you're ambushing, he's going to throw it just off the plate, just to get you to swing at bad pitches. But here's hoping Gallen doesn't have it, and maybe this is 6-0 with the .6 ERA at home. He's due for a bad game, right? Come on, Braves, let's go, let's get him. Let's start taking names and kicking ass. We'll be back in a flash. Lineups and first pitch are next. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
you're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare above bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your visiting Atlanta Braves. In right field, 12 home runs, 32 RBI, 24 stolen bases, a .325 average, Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting second and playing first, Matt Olson with 17 home runs, 42 RBI, and a stolen base, .228 on the season. Austin Riley playing third, batting third, coming in at a .258 average with 10 home runs and 30 RBI. Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate and batting cleanup, 1 home run, 8 RBI, .279 average. Eddie Rosario is in left field with 7 home runs, 21 RBI, 1 stolen base, a .257 average. Ozzie Albies batting sixth at .244 on the year, 11 home runs, 36 RBI, and a stolen base. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, 11 home runs, 23 RBI, a .222 average. Orlando Arcia, 4 home runs, 13 RBI, and a .313 average. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field with 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 5 stolen bases, and a .172 average. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, Michael Soroka, a 6 ERA and a 1.17 whip through 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, and a home run given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Zach Gallen, who is 7-2 on the year, 2.72 ERA, a 1.03 whip, 72 innings pitched, 82 strikeouts, 59 hits, 16 walks, and 2 home runs. Coming to bat for the hometown Arizona Diamondbacks, Smith will be out in right field, leading off with 5 home runs, 22 RBI, and a .213 average. Ketel Marte playing second, batting second, 8 home runs, 23 RBI, 6 stolen bases, and a .274 average. Corbin Carroll will be in left field today with 9 home runs, 24 RBI, 16 stolen bases, and a .282 average. Gurriel is the designated hitter with 9 home runs, a .310 clip, 1 stolen base, and 35 RBI. Rivera is at first. Christian Walker getting the day off with 1 home run, 11 RBI, and a .341 average. Rojas, the third baseman, is batting sixth, 22 RBI, 6 stolen bases, and a .233 average. McCarthy in center field, 1 home run, 5 RBI, 8 stolen bases, and a .193 average. Perdomo will be at shortstop today, 5 home runs, 25 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .280. And Herrera is behind the plate in 49 plate appearances, no home runs, 6 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .245 average. That's your lineups for game number 3, the rubber match of Braves versus Diamondbacks. Behind home plate will be Brian Knight. Alex Tosi is the first base umpire. Tony Randazzo at second, and Todd Titchener down the third base line. We're here in Phoenix, Arizona at Chase Field that holds 48,359. Should be a pretty good crowd on hand to see 2 of the best teams in the National League and all of Major League Baseball. So it's about that time. Grab you a cold one, find you an armchair. It's Braves Diamondbacks, game 3. Let's go win this series, Soroka, against one of the league's very best right-handers. Get your game face on, Braves country. All right, we're just about set here in the desert. Hopefully the Braves can get to Gallen early. Usually with these great starting pitchers, if you can get to them early, that's when you can really affect their game. Usually once they get settled in, it becomes very, very difficult to get out on top of them. And hopefully Soroka has a little better luck. He's going to be going against a much better lineup, that's for sure. Atlanta Braves are in their road grays today, with Atlanta across the chest, tomahawk down below, all in red lettering, red numerals on the back, and then navy. Their names are in navy on the back. And the Diamondbacks are in their all whites, kind of a different look. They've got the black hats with the A logo, the Diamondbacks logo. Dbacks on the front in the black, outline in teal, and the numbers in teal. Kind of like these uniforms. I don't believe I've seen this particular version of it before. If I have, I don't recall it. They've got some goofy ones, but this one's actually pretty sharp. If I was a Diamondbacks fan, that's probably the one I'd go with. Hope y'all are having a great Sunday. Happy Sunday fun day for you out there. Hope you're enjoying your afternoon. Maybe you're by the pool, or maybe you're just having a cold one sitting in the air conditioning in the house. No matter where you are in Braves country. I'll get to some of these comments that I saw. I get so busy during the pregame, I have a hard time reading everything. I see the stuff you put in there underwater. I'll take a look at it here in a second. Gallen is getting some dirt on his hands and cleaning his cleats one last time. Ronald Acuna Jr. is in the box. We should be just about ready. Gallen toes the rubber, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way to Acuna's 93 miles an hour on the outer edge. Called for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Outside wide again, 93 miles an hour. And 2-0. What do you know? On a Sunday, the scoreboard actually fixed itself. I didn't have to reset it. The 2-0 pitch. Off the plate wide, ball 3-0. So it's a 3-0 count to Ronald Acuna Jr. They've gone fastball on the outer edge all 3 pitches. The 3-0 delivery, swing, and he pops it up. It's going to be an easy out. Shallow left field. Should not have swung at that one, and there's one away. Unbelievable. You'd think on a 3-0 count you haven't seen a strike that you would make him throw you a pitch, and he swung at one out of the zone. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson digs in. The first pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. Pitch was right there in the zone at the knees, and it sailed down the left field line, probably about 15 feet or so left of the foul pole. That thing went further than I thought it was going to go. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses out wide. It's 1-1. Yeah, leadoff hitters aren't what they used to be. The 1-1 pitch on the way, off the plate wide, it's 2-1. Nowadays, they care more about getting their best batter the most at bats. Used to, leadoff hitter wouldn't dare swing at a 3-0. But with Acuna's speed, it really is baffling. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball's hammered into right field, down for a base hit. 1 on, 1 out to get your Atlanta Braves going here in the top of the first. Gallen seems to be struggling with his command early on. Talked about it at the very beginning. Usually with these great starting pitchers, your best chance to cash in is at the beginning. Wouldn't that have been nice if Acuna had walked on that leadoff? But we're back to it. It's 1 on, 1 out. Austin Riley comes to the plate. Big right-handed third baseman takes the first pitch. Fastball high in the zone. 93, top shelf, outer edge. It's 0-1. They flip it back over to first to keep Olson close by. Okay. If that's what you want to do. We know he's a stolen base threat. The 0-1 from Gallen kicks and deals high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. Yeah, his fastball, he's really having issues with placing it early on. Got to take advantage of that here in the early going. 1 on, 1 out, the 1-1. Swing and a miss, 93, outer edge. Got him to chase that one. It's 1-2. Travis d'Arnaud stands on deck. He's behind the plate today. Murphy getting the day off after a night game. He'll be ready to roll for the Mets series, which begins Tuesday. The 1-2 on the way. Fastball. Man, I'll tell you what, he's calling a tight zone. Another reason why shouldn't have swung at that 3-0 at the beginning. So that pitch is right there on the edge, and he did not get it. Soroka better get ready for this. Your home plate umpire, Todd Titchener. He's known to have a tight strike zone, but the 2-2 high and out of the zone. Did he go around? He did not. First base umpire Brian Knight says he held up. So you got a full count now to Austin Riley. And that speed demon of Matt Olson standing on first, Zach Gallen's been preoccupied with. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled into the gap. It's going to get down, cut off by the right fielder, but Olson is chugging around, gets into third base. We've got runners on the corners with a 1-out single from Austin Riley. Back-to-back hits. Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate. So good news so far. 2 hits. Gallen not looking very sharp at the beginning here. The only bad news is we couldn't have a slower combination on the base pass right here. I've never thought about this when we set our lineup, but you got Riley, Olson, Riley, and d'Arnaud. That's about as slow as it gets. The first pitch on the way is a fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Travis d'Arnaud comes in batting .682 OPS, a .279 average, just 1 home run, 8 RBI. Of course, he spent a lot of time on the shelf. Diamondbacks are back in double play depth. Slight shift to the left side of the infield, not much. And time is called. Catcher Moreno is coming out. I'm sorry, not Moreno, Herrera. It was Moreno the other day. Just wanted to have a quick talk with Gallen, make sure they're on the same page. So the 0-1 to d'Arnaud, pitch on the way, swing, and that ball's rifled foul out of play over the first base dugout. It's 0-2. So now Gallen can get him to chase his off speed, try to get him to hit into a double play. You got a 0-2 count on d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud's going to be aware of that. You're going to try not to bang anything on the ground. Gallen flips it over to Riley at first. Riley dives back in. Do it again at 0-2. I'm sure Gallen's thinking that Riley might try to go to stay out of that double play. Riley, no stolen bases on the year. The 0-2, high and out of the zone. Tried to get him to chase about eye high. It's 1-2. It's a lot of wheels turning here because you got runners on the corners. No one with particularly good speed. One out. You don't want to get into a double play to end the inning, but you don't want to run out of the inning either. The 1-2, high and out of the zone. Ball 2, 2-2. So he's gone fastball, high, and both of those were intentional, trying to get him to chase. Eddie Rosario is looming on deck. In the series that he's had, I'm sure they're very aware of that. The 2-2 swing, and that ball is rifled high and deep down the right field line. Just foul. And I mean just foul. d'Arnaud almost saw it off into extra bases. Riley may have even scored if that ball gets down, because there's kind of a goofy bounce around area there in the right field corner. Could be hard to play off the carom, but it bounced high into the stands, just wide of the line. Excuse me. We're back at it again. The 2-2 to d'Arnaud in the dirt. Did he go around? He did. Strike 3. d'Arnaud chased a bad pitch. Not even sure if that pitch, taking a second look at it. Yeah, it didn't even reach the plate. I don't know if he really went around. That was a really, and d'Arnaud doesn't look happy. He might have. I haven't seen the side view yet. I just keep seeing the view in front. But anyways, on to the next batter. They're not showing it. Eddie Rosario comes up to the plate. Runners on the corners and 2 outs. Braves with a golden opportunity here. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. Change up on the outer edge. It's 0-1. A single would be a run. You put it in the gap, they would probably send Riley, assuming we don't get the go stop at third base that we've been getting here recently, or the stop go. Gallen steps off the rubber for a second. Reset. The 0-1 pitch. Winds and deals. Off the plate, wide changeup misses. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. You do wonder if they'll go after, is Ozzie Albies. You do wonder if they'll go after Rosario or pitch around him and rather face Ozzie from the left side. The 1-1. Swing and fouls it out of play. Chase that one off the plate. It's 1-2. They're definitely pitching around Rosario, trying to get him to chase off the end of the plate. They've gone outside 3 times. None of the 3 pitches have actually hit the zone. The 1-2 from Gallen in the dirt. Same pitch that he got Darno to go around on, or so that the legend tells us. But Rosario holds up. It's 2-2. So Deuce is wild here in the top of the first inning. You've got runners on the corners, 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch to Rosario. Michael Soroka's second start of the year. The windup, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase another one off the plate. Not a single pitch was in the strike zone. They were definitely pitching around him, and Rosario took the bait. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you. And God bless America.
Le'Veon Bell, he put out a single for people to listen to on Twitter of a rap album that he's really proud of. He asked for people to critique it. Keenan Allen, the receiver of the Chargers, came back with the trash emoji.
Appreciate your honesty.
And what's even better, I can't do it justice because we're on radio. You've got to see the video. The video that he put up. Oh my God. It's like the most funny and exciting thing I have ever seen because it's like really bad late 80s, early 90s rap video. But anyways, the video is the best part of the whole thing. He's got a hoodie on. It's staged almost like black and white. He's like under a bridge somewhere where there's like a bonfire going.
Hard times.
So like, yeah.
Hard times.
You know, hard times for a guy making millions.
He can relate.
But the funniest part is when he's got the hoodie on, he's doing poses and stuff like that and kind of jiving around. And then this is the funniest part. Out of nowhere, sorry, I can't get it out. He comes up from under the screen. So in other words, like
from the Muppets or something?
Almost like the Muppets.
When you see just the figure just come straight up.
Yes, the gig comes straight up while he's also in the background.
Uh-huh.
It's like the worst thing put together ever. I don't know how to edit a video. We could do better than this. I'm telling you.
Who's the director, Pouncey?
Armchair.
Harry Wright eats baseball, breathes baseball, thinks baseball, dreams baseball, and incorporates baseball in his prayers. Cincinnati Enquirer.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Soroka throws the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. Soroka quickly back to work, and the 0-1 is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-1. We'll hit the scoreboard here in a second. The 1-1 delivery right there, first strike. Looked like the changeup, a high changeup. Got to be careful of that. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Michael. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky. Hanging changeup into deep center field. Thankfully to the deepest part of the park. Right there at the warning track, just left of the 407 mark, and there's one away. Real quick, hit you on that scoreboard. Mets are trailing the Blue Jays 6-4. That game is in the 9th. There's one out. Phillies over the Nationals 11-3. That game is in the 9th. First pitch on the way to Marte is right there for a strike. Good changeup by Soroka. It's 0-1. Royals 2-0 over the Rockies in the 8th. The 0-1 down below the knees. Taken for a ball, 1-1. Guardians lead the Twins 2-1 in the bottom of the 9th. Tigers and White Sox tied up at 2 in the 9th. The 1-1 on the way. Swing, and that ball's fouled away. Out of play. 1-2. Angels 2-1 over the Astros. That game is going to the bottom of the 9th. Orioles and Giants just getting underway. 0-0 in the second. Rangers all over the Mariners. 8-0 in the 6th. Eovaldi on the mound. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. Going to his left is Ozzie, grabs it, spins, pirouettes, fires it to first, and it's a 4-3 put out for out number 2. I don't know if Marte, I guess, okay, at second look, at first I thought maybe he had pulled up lame or something, but he just wasn't running very hard. And if had he been busting it out of the box, that play would have been really close. He's got much better speed than that. Corbin Carroll, who's really shown us something in this series. First pitch on the way to Carroll is a strike. The top of the zone, it's 0-1. Carroll's made a couple of unbelievable plays in the outfield. The 0-1 way outside wide. Changeup missing. When I say high and outside, I mean that thing was high and outside. That was almost slow pitch softball high. The 1-1 misses down below the knees. Tried to get him to fish after the changeup. It's 2-1. Yankees and Dodgers are your Sunday night baseball game tonight. Domingo Germán on for the Pinstripes. And the kid Bobby Miller for the Dodgers. The 2-1 misses. It's 3-1. So a 3-1 to Corbin Carroll. Wind up the pitch way outside. I mean, that changeup, he's got to quit throwing that this inning. It is nowhere near the zone. And the couple that he has gotten in the zone have been dangerous. He needs to work on that in between innings. See if he can get that release point. Try to get out of this jam. 1 on, 2 outs. Christian Walker is now in the lineup, so they've changed that. That was a last-minute thing because the original lineup did not have Walker in there. First pitch on the way to Walker is off the plate wide. It's 0-1. They waited till hour and a half before first pitch to even put their lineup out, which is pretty sloppy to begin with, but Walker was not in the original lineup. Soroka flips it over to first to keep the runner close by. We'll start it again at 1-0. Saw the comments here by Underwater. Where was it? He said he finished in the marathon. That's awesome. The 1-0 pitch right there, first strike. It's 1-1. Ran half marathon in 90 minutes, 27th overall, third in my age bracket. That's awesome, Underwater. 1 on, 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's banged high chopper in between home and third, but it's going to roll foul. 1-2. And it is a final. The Blue Jays did win 6-4. Marlins came back and beat the A's 7-5. I was really hoping the A's were going to knock them off today. Marlins are now second in the division, 3.5 back. After that win, they're 3 back, depending on what happens today. First pitch. Now he's going to throw back over there again. So now he's offered to Corbin Carroll twice. You've got a 1-2 count coming, and he's out of. If he goes over there again, doesn't get him, it's going to be an automatic balk. So really worked himself into a. And now Carroll's toying with him over there, bouncing back and forth. The 1-2, he's off and going. Ball is hammered foul down the third base line. With d'Arnaud on the mound, you know this is going to be a thing, and Carroll can fly. The one thing you'd think about is maybe a pitch out here. There's nothing in the rules that say you can't pitch out after you've offered twice. The 1-2 from Soroka, the windup, the pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. Carroll is off to the races again. And when he goes, Ozzie has to cover second. So there's a huge gap in between first and second. The 1-2 to Walker. The wind up the pitch, runner goes, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. And the Braves will go grab the bats, try to do a little more damage. Hopefully Gallen hasn't found the touch on his pitches. We'll be back here on Braves Country.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
It was a homeless woman, wasn't it?
It was a homeless woman, yeah. He said that he had to give his kidnappers $500, so he gave her his credit card to go get him $500 and whatever, because none of it turns out that probably wasn't true.
You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like Allensby got all liquored up and paid a homeless woman $500 to roll around under the bridge with him.
Well, that is exactly what I think happened, because now they got two guys coming out saying that they found him unconscious on the side of a road and that they weren't kidnapping him, but he kept yelling at them that, do you know who I am? Give me back my wallet. I'm worth $1 million.
Turned out it wasn't a wine bar; it was a strip club. So let's say what really happened here. We've all been there. Well, at least I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I've been there, and
yeah, I don't know if everybody's been under a bridge with a homeless woman giving her $500 after chugging down the line. I've been in similar instances, but I'm not going to say I've been there. First of all, it takes a lot less than $500, okay, buddy? That's where you got taken right there from the jump.
Armchair.
I declare bankruptcy!
I got lost in the game, in the ballpark, the people, the color, the sounds, the smells, and it's a passion. It's a very, very big part of my life. Sometimes I like to be 11 years old. I like being part of something that's bigger than me. It's good for your soul to invest in something you can't control.
You're a romantic. You have a lyrical soul. You can love under the best and worst conditions.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Arizona Diamondbacks, inning number 2. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a strike on the outer part of the plate, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 wind up and change up off the edge, 1-1. Seems like the left-handers, he likes to throw that change up that fades away off the plate, almost with two-seam action. The 1-1 misses high, 88 miles an hour, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the right field line. Foul. Plenty foul, but he smacked it. It was a line drive up against the netting that would have been heading to the right field corner. So a 2-2 count to Ozzie. The wind up, the pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. Going to get down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for Ozzie Albies. Good piece of hitting by Ozzie. It's a changeup on the outside part of the plate, and it was a little higher than he likes to throw it. And Ozzie just guided it into left field, didn't try to do too much with it. The Braves got something cooking here in the top of the second. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. Ozuna, first pitch on the way, is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Ozuna, 222 on the year, 11 home runs, 768 OPS. Gallen turns and flips it over to first. Ozzie back in time. We'll set it up again at 0-1. Chicago White Sox and Detroit Tigers are tied in the 9th. And the only White Sox jersey that I like, they are wearing it today. That is one of my favorite jerseys of all time. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees. Did he go around? He did, man. I'll tell you what. First base umpire Brian Knott's got a quick trigger finger on that check swing. Ozuna's kind of looking, going, what? Darnold's on the bench going, you see what I'm saying now? The White Sox are wearing those 1980s retro ones with the red, white, and blue ones that just say Sox on the front. It's one of my favorite jerseys ever of any sport. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Runner goes, and Ozzie is on his way. The throw is errant. Ozzie jumps up, jogs down to third, and we've got a runner on third. Nobody out. And the pitch was a ball. I think I might have left that out in all the excitement. Tell you something else in that Chicago game. Detroit is wearing the road jerseys that they wore. If you remember the movie For Love of the Game, those same jerseys that they were wearing in that movie when Kevin Costner pitched the fictional perfect game. The 1-2 pitch just misses off the plate. 2-2. Ozuna's smiling. He looks like he's got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He's like, man, I got away with that one. It's technically not a strike, but it's normally called a strike by most home plate umpires. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, bounces, but doesn't go very far. Good job of blocking that ball by Herrera. Ball just kind of rattled off his equipment out in front of home plate, so Ozzie could not advance. We got a full count to Ozuna. Nobody out. I think the White Sox just hit a walk-off grand slam. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Gallen looks in, kicks, deals, in the dirt. Ball 4. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. And here comes Orlando Arcia. Anything but a pop-up or a strikeout would most likely score Ozzie from third. Even on a double play, which you don't want right now, but even on a double play, he'll score. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a fastball right there on the edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Orioles have taken a 1-0 lead over San Francisco. The 0-1 flips it over to first to keep Ozuna close by. Diamondbacks in double play depth, but in a shift. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's a high chopper over the mound. He's going to step on second and fire it down to first. So it is a double play, but the Braves do score a run. Ozzie comes home. No RBI. You're not awarded RBI on a double play, but it is a run, and the Braves lead at 1-0. Not a great at bat, but at this point, we'll take it. Gallen's really hard to score on. The first pitch on the way to Harris is sawed off foul down the left field line. It's 0-1. You got to get Harris above the Mendoza line. Harris batting 172. The 0-1 misses high. It's 1-1. Good to at least get some run support for Soroka. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Change up off the plate. That's that pitch that he likes to get lefties. He's had that pitch working pretty well today. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Curveball. Good. It's the best one he's thrown all day. That'll end the inning, but not before your Atlanta Braves take a 1-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
What the hell's going on out here? Everybody grabbing out there. Nobody touching. Just grabbing, everybody. Grab. Nobody touching.
I can't talk right now. Why don't you give me your home number and I'll call you later?
I'm sorry. We're not allowed to do that.
Oh, I guess you don't want people calling you at home.
No.
Well, now you know how I feel.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Harry Wright, a former center fielder for the Knickerbocker Baseball Club, believed there were big profits to be made in baseball. And in 1869, he assembled the very first professional team, Cincinnati Red Stockings. Only one of Wright's Red Stockings actually came from Cincinnati. Most were young New Yorkers, 19 or 20 years old. Wright drilled them in the fundamentals, insisted they be silent and businesslike on the field, and dressed them in knickers to boost their running speed.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Mike Soroka goes back to work and misses the first pitch out wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 1, Diamondbacks nothing. The 1-0 from Soroka. Downstairs just misses, 2-0. The 2-0. Swing and bangs it foul down the third base line. It's 2-1. Manuel Rivera batting .341 with an .828 OPS. The 2-1 pitch swung on and grounded hard, but right at shortstop. Orlando Arcia, he'll take it, flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to start inning number 2. So that'll bring the number 6 hitter Rojas to the plate, Josh Rojas batting .233. First pitch misses outside wide. It's 1-0. He has no home runs, but does have 22 RBI, a .606 OPS. When I was reading is the 1-0s right there for a strike. It's 1-1. When I was reading the notes on him, he's described as more of a slap hitter as opposed to one with power. The 1-1 pitch just misses inside, 2-1. Someone akin him to a poor man's Jeff McNeil, though he doesn't choke up like McNeil does. The 2-1 pitch just misses high, 3-1. So not a guy you really want to pitch around here. The 3-1 on the way, misses ball 4, and Soroka has walked Rojas to bring McCarthy to the plate. Let's try to pitch around this mess here. The first pitch on the way. Fastball misses high. 1-0. The 1-0 from Soroka turns and flips it over to first. Toronto 6-4 winners over the Mets. Cleveland held on to beat Minnesota 2-1. The 1-0 pitch swing, and that ball's lifted high and over towards the third base dugout, giving chases Riley, but it's going to bend out of play. Royals beat the Rockies 2-0. Colorado took that series in, KC. Angels 2-1 winners over Houston. You got a 1-1 count on McCarthy. .193 hitter, 541 OPS. The wind up to pitch, swing, and that ball's banged on the ground over to Olsen. Olsen's got it, fires it over short, and Arcia relays it back to first. Soroka covering the bag, but McCarthy's too fast to double him up. So McCarthy will take Rojas' spot on first. You know, when McCarthy, when Rojas was running, he threw his arms up to try to block the throw. Arcia should have just pegged him right in the hand. Or do a Billy Martin instead. Soroka flips it back over to first. Nothing was said about it, but you put those hands up high going into second back when Billy Martin played. The first pitch on the way to Moreno's goes all the way to the backstop. Terrible pitch by Soroka. So McCarthy will make it down to second. He's now in scoring position. If you did that to Martin, man, as soon as he let go of that ball, he would come down swinging on the base runner. You did that, or you came spikes high on him. Arcia just kind of moved out of the way and threw it around his hands, but I feel like Snickers should have said something there. The 1-0 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball 2-0. The 1-0 from Soroka in the dirt. I mean, off the plate, called for a wide strike. 2-1. I think I said 1-0. It was 2-0. The 2-1 count. Swing, and that ball is going to get dumped down in left field. That's going to tie the game. A seeing eye single over the head of Riley. And Perdomo is actually going to make it down to second. Riley, by the time he caught up with the ball, Perdomo was able to go around the bases. It'll look like a line drive in the scorecard, but that was a fortuitous drop there to tie up the game. So it's 1-1 again. Tie game again, I mean. First pitch on the way from Soroka. Misses, and it's 1-0. Soroka not really having impressive stuff so far. He's danced around trouble a little bit, but that changeup, man, I think just kind of floats in there. It's almost an ephus pitch. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's banged on the ground over to first. The fastball got right underneath his hands. Good pitch, and that'll get us out of the inning. Olson steps on the bag, but not before the Diamondbacks tie it up. We'll head to the top of the third. 1-1 your score.
And I gotta tell you, fellas, you have got what appears to be a dynamite sound.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
But there's a tier level of like college and adult life, and I'm not going back to the college level tier. You can't go, this isn't walking back into my fridge. Not ever happening again.
Well, no, but
ice at that.
But if I'm somewhere, okay, Busch Light I can deal with. Natty Light, no. Natty Light, I don't even feel like it's, I don't know. Natty Ice, definitely not. That's just a headache in a can. But when I say cheap beer, like stuff that's not, the upper echelon, I'm talking about your domestics. I can live on a domestic. I don't have to have the hippest, $15 for a 6-pack beer. I'm fine with.
Oh, definitely. I mean, heck, let's face it. After the first two, they all taste the same after that.
Well, yeah, and if you're going to drink all day, I'm not trying to mess around with the double IPAs and porters and stuff like that. You're about to go to a dark place.
Armchair.
The Red Stockings finished their first season with a record of 65 wins and not a single loss. They also managed to turn a profit for their investors, $1.39. The city that had once prided itself on the stockyards had become the baseball capital of the country, and the Red Stockings spread the gospel from New York to San Francisco, traveling on the just completed Transcontinental Railroad.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to lead this one off. Zach Gallen going back to work. And if you remember, Acuna's first time up, ran it 3-0 and then swung at a ball 4. First pitch on the way to Acuna is a fastball outside, clips the edge of the plate. It's 0-1. Good to see a lot of folks here in the chat today. Terry, Jose, 4-putt. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to third. Should be an easy out. It is. And 5-3 put out for out number 1. Sam, Raymond, Underwater, Shannon, Francisco. Let's see if I'm Eric and Garrett. Hope y'all are enjoying your Sunday. Wherever you are, whether you've commented or not, please like and subscribe today. The first pitch on the way to Olson is a strike on the high corner. Outer edge, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball, 1-1. Olson singled his first time up. Made it to third on the Riley base hit. And was stranded. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 93 miles an hour. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky. Should be playable. It is. McCarthy's got it for out number 2, shallow center field. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the game. Riley 1-for-1, and the first pitch is called for a wide high strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Right there on the edge for a strike again, 0-2. He's painted that corner on the outer edge. The 0-2 pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Orioles all over the Giants, 6-0. I think Disco Stick was on the mound today. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball. Gallen didn't like it. He was walking towards the dugout. Evens up the count at 2-2. Pirates beat the Cardinals the early game today. The 2-2 pitch just misses off the plate and down low. Gallen doesn't like it. Gallen, you can tell, is used to getting those calls. And today, home plate umpire Todd Titchener is calling a really tight strike zone. I can see why a pitcher would be frustrated. But he has been doing it for both sides. I mean, he's calling a tight strike zone. The 3-2 pitch in the dirt, he went around. Riley struck out on that same curveball in the dirt that got d'Arnaud. We'll be back in a flash. It's tied in the desert.
Isn't that just like a wop? Brings a knife to a gunfight.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, with 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorship. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Arizona Diamondbacks tied in the desert, bottom of the third. Mike Soroka will go back to work. The first pitch on the way is called for a high strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Pavin Smith is right there at the knees. Good slider right there on the outer edge, bottom pocket of the corner. 0-2. The 0-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky and going back on the track at the wall. About 412 feet. But thankfully, it's 413 out there for out number 1. Soroka thought it was gone. When he let go of it, I noticed it as I didn't mention it at the time, but he put his hand down and gave a expletive like, you kidding me? Because he smacked that thing. First pitch on the way to Marte is a 78 mile an hour. They'll call it a slider, but it's more of a curve. Well out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 down below the knees. Same pitch this time over the plate. 2-0. The 2-0 from Soroka. Fastball right there, 94 on the black. Good pitch. 2-1. When you got a pitch like that, I don't know why he's not leaning on that more. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball just misses off the plate. It's 3-1. So Ketel Marte with a 3-1 advantage in the count. Corbin Carroll on deck. The 3-1 pitch. Called for a wide strike. It's 3-2. And I guarantee I know what Marte's saying because he's making comments, and I guess he's calling timeout now. You better be careful. He might get tossed. But I know what he's saying. He's saying, you're not giving it to Gallen. Why are you giving it to him? I guarantee it's something of that nature. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled back up the middle, but right at Arcia, who's playing behind the second base bag. It's going to be a 6-3 putout in your scorecard, and there's 2 outs. And I can't necessarily argue with what he was saying. I mean, to be honest with you, you got to be consistent. We'll take it, but that don't make it right. Soroka now to face Carroll, who walked his first time up, and the first pitch is a 91-mile-an-hour fastball way out of the zone, high and wide. It's 1-0. He's throwing a lot of those pitches that are nowhere close to the zone. Usually spells trouble, the 1-0. Called for a high strike. Probably a couple inches high. 1-1. The look on Carroll's face, his eyes got big. He didn't say anything to the umpire, but he was like, what? The 1-1 misses inside. It's 2-1. Braves 1, Diamondbacks 1, the 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky into left field, going back on the track and over the wall. Corbin Carroll pounds it over the left field wall, and it's 2-1 Arizona. This Carroll kid is a special player. They better lock him up early. They let him get to free agency. That kid is going to make some hay that I don't know if Arizona would be able to afford. So 2 outs, Braves trail 2-1. There's another high pitch that he just got the fat part of the plate on. First pitch on the way, swung on and grounded up the middle. Diving attempt by Arcia to no avail. Harris cuts it off. Fires it back into the infield. Walker is on with a 1-out single. Or 2-out single, excuse me. Was hoping Arcia was going to be able to make that play. If he could have got to the ball, he probably gets Walker, who doesn't run particularly well. But instead, the inning continues. Mike Soroka, by the way, is at 50 pitches with 2 outs here in the third. That'll bring Rivera to the plate. Rivera takes the first pitch out wide for a ball. It's 1-0. If you got the original lineup, essentially the difference is Christian Walker is now the DH, not Gurriel. The 1-0 pitch. Off the plate wide, it's 2-0. And that was that change was made before the game started, so it wasn't a substitution. So I don't know what happened there, but originally they gave Walker the day off, and they changed it at the last second. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered into left field. They're going to get down for a base hit. Soroka's really starting to get pounded here his second time through the order. Braves got to get that bullpen up. And I would like to see Shawver get a chance here. Give him a few innings to see what he has. We talked about in the pregame show, you don't really want to wait until the Met series for Shawver to make a appearance. You'd like to get him some work today. But you do want to try to win this game, win the series, go home on a high note. Travis d'Arnaud went out to the mound to talk to Soroka. We're back to the action now. Soroka gets the sign. The first pitch on the way to Rojas, swung on and banged foul back behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and deals. Swinging, that ball's hammered into right field. Going to get down for a base hit. Here comes the runner around. Acuna fires it to home. Throw is late. It's 3-1 Arizona. Yeah, you might like to have him come in with the clean bases, but you may not have that option because Soroka's not fooling anybody the second time through this lineup. So 3-1 your score. Now a 2-run lead for Zach Gallen. Kranitz is going to come out there and talk to him. This is just to buy time as the bullpen is starting to stir. For as bad as he's looked so far, he's still just 1 out away from getting out of this jam. That's going to bring McCarthy to the plate. Jake McCarthy, 0-for-1. McCarthy at one time was the big young prospect for the Diamondbacks. And though he's carved himself out a significant role in this team, he hasn't lived up to the expectations. The first pitch on the way is swung on, and man, that's another changeup high in the zone. Just missed it. It's 0-1. To be honest, Soroka's fortunate he's only given up 3 runs so far because he has just laid some absolute balloons in there. The 0-1 on the way from Soroka. The wind up, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to third. Riley's got it. Fires it over to first. A 5-3 putout will end the bleeding. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail by 2. Heart of the order coming to the plate.
Braves, wait a minute. Do you think you can get me a tape of the show?
What on earth for?
Well, how often do you get to hear your son on the radio?
I'm on the radio every day!
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
It could be like a government conspiracy, but it also could be something like, Bigfoot. What's your number one?
We never went to the moon. I don't believe it. I think it's a hoax.
All right.
They filmed it in a studio. Why didn't we ever go back?
All right, the crazies is coming out in us today. I'll see that and I'll raise you Area 51. I think there's I think there's little Martians and everything running around out there, and I think we're hiding something. We're hiding something out there. There's too many accounts of too many things that go wrong. And don't keep on telling me that it was a balloon that went by. The balloons aren't that big, okay? They don't go by that often. It's a little strange we haven't seen one in the last 30 years since technology's gotten better. There's been too many times where they've interviewed guys who were out there and they say, when they ask them, can you say what you've seen? And he goes, no, I'm sworn to secrecy. Well, why are you sworn to secrecy if nothing happened out there? Something went down.
Armchair.
I would put a committee together, get some coaches, get some players, and let's try to work this thing out. We can't ask these politicians nothing. Those people are awful people. They're all crooks.
On February 2nd, 1876, at Manhattan's Grand Central Hotel, a group of club owners, eager to tighten their control of the game, restore its respectability, and most of all to ensure greater profits, started a new association. They called it the National League of Professional Baseball Clubs.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 3-1. Mike Soroka's given up 3 earned runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout, has pitched 58 pitches. I'm sure they'll let him go back out there for inning 4, but it has not been pretty so far. Travis d'Arnaud will come to the plate, face Gallen, who's 54 pitches into the afternoon. First pitch on the way is a wide strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. So all that complaining got himself a strike, because that's as much off the plate as any of the others that he didn't get. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is lifted into center field. Leaping, but just under the ball was Ketel Marte. It's going to get down for a leadoff single. Good piece of hitting by Travis d'Arnaud. Anytime I see other players make that kind of a base hit, the pitch on the outer part of the plate that's driven into center or right center, if I'm hanging out with friends or whatever, I always call it a d'Arnaud, because he has made a living in the back half of his career getting base hits just like that. First pitch on the way to Rosario, swung on and pops it up deep into left field. It's going to be foul. Will it? Yes, it'll stay out of play. It's 0-1. Carroll was over there chasing it down. Man, that guy can fly. I can't wait to see on our talk show this week, I can't wait to see the comments of, we need to trade Ozuna for Corbin Carroll. Like there's any shot that could ever happen, but man, would he be fun to watch every night. The 0-1 pitch to Rosario, swing and pops that one up into right field. He flips the bat. I don't know what he's flipping the bat for. That ball went maybe 150 feet for out number 1. What in the hell was he doing? The way he was skipping, you'd have thought he hit that thing a mile. Milwaukee beat Cincinnati 5-1. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie's 1 for 1 with a single, a stolen base, a run scored. First pitch on the way is inside for a ball, 90 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Standing on deck is Ozuna. Arcia is in the hole. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field. Will it stay? It'll go! A 2-run home run by Ozzie Albies. He'll take the grand tour. Jackpot, baby, over the wall to tie the game. 400 happy feet. 105 miles an hour off the bat. A 2-run shot, his 12th of the year, 38th RBI. A launch angle of 37 to give you an idea of how high did it fly. I'll tell you what's not fair in the deep center field area of the Arizona Stadium is the first pitch on the way to Ozuna is down and off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. There's a huge Chick-fil-A sign, and there's Chick-fil-A sign behind home plate. If that doesn't make you hungry. The 1-0 pitch, down and away, it's 2-0. And, stating the obvious, but we're seeing this on a Sunday, so what the hell good does it do me to see all this Chick-fil-A stuff? They need to find a Sunday sponsor. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's banged foul off down towards the third base side. It's 2-1. Yeah, that's what I just said. The 2-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. Did he go around? Whoa, first base umpire Brian Knight did say that he did not go. It's the first time he hasn't given a check swing strike. I was thinking that he was trying to get out of here to dinner plans. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track, and it hits the overhang, and Ozuna watched the whole thing go about, and he's standing at first. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ozuna hit the ball high and was smelling himself, and it's about a 400-foot single. There's an overhang that it just drops below the yellow line. Good defensive backup by the right fielder for Arizona. Smith came over. I mean, could you Cadillac it more? There's no reason why he shouldn't be standing on second base. That is where you wish Brian Snitker would have a pair and bench him immediately. I would go get Pilar, Hilliard, whoever, and bench his ass immediately. That is ridiculous. They did it a few years ago to Acuna. Why can't you do it to Ozuna? First pitch on the way to Arcia is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Bench him immediately. The 0-1 to Arcia. Swing, and that ball's fouled back. It's 0-2. And in his defense, I will say he normally hustles. That's the one thing I've always given Ozuna. Normally he'll hit a ground ball, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, he doesn't have the greatest speed, but he'll be hustling. But that is a benchable. I don't care who you are. I don't even care if that was Acuna. I would want to see the manager bench him. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-2. But if you Braves fans remember, they did it to Acuna one of his first seasons. It was a mid-afternoon game. I remember it, and they benched him for not hustling. And I don't think we ever saw. I mean, Acuna doesn't bust it per se. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt, and Ozuna's going to get bailed out because he's going to be standing on second anyways. But here's the caveat: had he ran, he'd be standing on third right now with one away. So any way you look at it, he should be 90 feet closer. So a 2-2 count now to Orlando. The double play is now out of the box now, which is great because that's what he did his first time up. He grounded into a double play. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled over to second base side. It's going to be an easy out. Acuna goes down to third. But there's two outs. And I know it's beating a dead horse, but he should be crossing the plate right now. And Arizona might have had the infield in, and Arcia would probably be standing on first. So the whole thing, it's just a domino effect. That'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Michael Harris, time for him to get off the schneid. The Mets are coming to town. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. Inside, it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Harris. Swing, and that ball's grounded up the middle. It's going to be an out. Or is it? Oh, that's close. Harris was busting it down the line. 6-3 put out. You wonder if the Braves may want to look at this, so we're going to hold on for a second. Weiss is saying, no, he was out. That's what he's saying. I'll take a look at it during the break. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Question 2. Who would you rather spend the night with? A, your wife, or B?
B.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez. The 2-2. Popped up. Send the ball. In foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants. for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs, win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
But the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared.
Eddie Collins first played in Connie Mack's celebrated $100,000 infield, but was sent to the Chicago White Sox when Mack sold off his championship team. Collins hit over .340 for 10 seasons and played second base with such cheerful confidence in his own skills that opponents and teammates alike called him Cocky Collins.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Soroka is a fastball, top of the zone. Perdomo showed bunt, but pulled it back. It's 0-1. The 0-1 in the dirt. Slider nowhere near. It's 1-1. Geraldo Perdomo, 868 OPS, 5 home runs, 26 RBI. The 1-1 swing, and that ball check swing fouled out of play. It's 1-2. Braves always feel lonely when the Braves are not playing, but it's a much needed day off tomorrow to get ready for the Mets series as they head back to Atlanta. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. If you're wondering what that series will look like, we'll do a complete breakdown of it on Tuesday, the 3-5 show. But the 2-2 pitch in the dirt, nowhere near the zone, it's 3-2. Right now, unless things change, Cookie Carrasco versus Bryce Elder in game number 1 on Tuesday night. We're going to have all 3 Mets games here for you. Scherzer versus Morton on Wednesday night. Tones is going to join us for that broadcast. The 3-2 pitch swing, and that ball's belted high and deep into the second deck, but it's foul. Loud strike. Do it again at 3-2. It's showing right now Strider versus Verlander. So I don't know if their 3-2 pitch swung on and banged foul. Do again at 3-2. So the way this is on ESPN. I'm going to double check that on a couple others, but if that's the case, that would mean that Schuster's getting skipped this go around. And I wasn't sure if they were going to do that or not because they haven't seemed to make it. As the 3-2 pitch is on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3, 94. Chase that one high and out of the zone for out number 1. If you go over to MLB, going to pull that up real quick. It's showing Elder, it's showing Morton, and it's showing Strider. So I guess the plan is to skip Schuster, maybe start him in the National Series. First pitch on the way is swung on, grounded over to first. Olsen steps on the bag for out number 2. So he's still getting a lot of pitches on the fat part of the zone. He got bailed out on that one. That's about the 3rd or 4th ball that has been hit hard to the left side, but they've just gotten over the top of it. It's gone right to Olsen or Ozzie, which you'll take it, but you get a little concerned that they get underneath one of those. Smith, the leadoff hitter, comes back to the top, and the first pitch on the way is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Next weekend, the Braves are at home against Washington. The 0-1 down below the knees for ball 1-1, excuse me. We'll have Friday night's game on that one as well, and Saturday afternoon. That's a 4-10. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. So this week we'll have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all 7:21 pitches, and then Saturday is a 4-10. So they may push Schuster to Friday night, depending on how they want to do that. The 2-1 pitch misses high, ball 3-1. And I'd say it would probably work to Soroka's advantage to have an extra day off and pitch him on Saturday. So maybe he can work out some of the kinks as the 3-1 just clips the outer part of the zone. It's 3-2. After that, the Braves go on a road trip to Detroit, a quick road trip. The 3-2 pitch on the way, down below the knees, ball 4. Soroka's walked another with 2 outs. It's a quick 3-game road trip to Detroit, and then they come back home to Colorado, for a 4-game series. A really strange road trip. You don't normally see a 3-game road trip. But this is what happens when you're trying to get everyone to play everybody. So Marte comes to the plate, and the first pitch to Marte is belted high and deep. And just as I talked about, one of those pitches has gone over the fence. Soroka giving up another tater, and it's 5-3. You can see it plain as day. He's not tricking anybody. Marte knew it the moment it left his bat, as we all did. It was a 40 on the launch angle, which is really high. Went 397 feet. First pitch on the way to Carroll is swung on and banged off the plate. It's 0-1. So if you took the over in this game, you're in pretty good shape. The over-under on this game was 8.5. The 0-1 pitch. Swinging, that ball's belted down the right field line. Is going to get down for a base hit. Double in the corner. Carroll's coming off. He's hauling around. And Acuna is kind of nonchalantly coming to get the ball. Carroll put on the speed burners and almost turned that into a triple. Acuna finally realized what was going on and fired it into the infield. Some lackadaisical play almost cost the Braves again. That Carroll can fly, man. I don't even know if his feet touch the ground when he's running. Strange thing about that road trip I was just talking about, as Walker comes to the plate, he's 1 for 2, is when they come back to play Colorado, is the first pitch on the way is a well off the plate wide, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. Slider missed about a foot outside. When they come back to play Colorado, then they go back out again on a road trip to start in Philadelphia. The 1-0, high and out of the zone, 2-0. So the best power hitter on the team standing at the plate. Braves trail by 2. The 2-0, high and out of the zone, ball 3-0. Soroka just does not have it today. Colin McHugh is warming up in the pen. Man, I was really hoping Shawver, but I think they've got him in bubble wrap down there. The 3-0, ball 4. I mean, he's nowhere near the plate. You got to at least go out and talk to him here. I mean, it is bad. Snickers waddling around in the dugout. He's finally going to come up, I think. I think he's trying to give McHugh as much time as he needs. Snicker is going to finally come out of the dugout, and that'll be it for Soroka. Another underwhelming outing. We'll be back in a flash. Braves will try to keep it here where it is and climb back into this one. Only down 2 and a lot of ball game to go here on Braves country.
We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past or anybody that's ever coached with him, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable. And I know the guy. Know him really well.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
First baseman Hal Chase, Prince Hal, was charming and skilled enough to have become one of baseball's most popular stars. But he was also so unabashed about consorting with gamblers that 3 different managers accused him of throwing game, and fans took to chanting, "What's the odds?" whenever he took the field.
Chase was a great fielding and decent hitting first baseman for the New York team in the American League. He was a gambler and he ran with the gambling crowd, and he lived very well on the winnings that he got from making errors when he needed to make errors. He was a scary figure, scary because he was tolerated, scary because of what he did. Scary, too, because in 1916, as Christy Mathewson, the great Christian gentleman, is completing his career with the Cincinnati Reds, Chase is on that team, and Chase's open vituperative scorn for somebody who lived so well and so purely was beyond ugliness.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh is indeed in the game. Comes in 21 to third, 3.38 ERA, 2.7 ERA on the road. So McHugh goes to work against the right-hander. The first pitch is well off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Arizona's got runners on first and second, 2 outs. Rivera's 1 for 2. Now batting .345. The 1-0. Right there, first strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. The 1-1 on the way. Just misses his spot. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch from McHugh. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one on the outer edge, and it's 2-2. So deuces are wild in the desert. Braves trail by 2. You got runners on first and second, 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch. Rivera, righty-righty matchup. The wind up, the kick, in the dirt, ball 3. So now the runners are going to be moving. With the speed of Carroll, won't take much to get him to score. Big pitch here. The payoff pitch from McHugh after a quick timeout by Rivera. He's back in. Big spot in the game. The wind up, the kick, swing, and that ball's fouled straight back Rivera was going for the downs. Just missed getting a hold of that one. We'll do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 from McHugh. The windup, kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He yanked this yo-yo on that one for out number 3. Rivera slams the bat. He is ticked off that he swung at it. That'll end the inning. Let's go get some runs. Top of the order coming to the plate.
Men don't voice their feelings because half the time they end up upsetting their woman when they do. And then they have to console her about how his feelings made her feel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle Trump pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
It's a game where the emphasis during the course of it is put on a single individual. Fly ball goes out towards the left fielder, and he has this moment of what's going to happen. Fred Snodgrass, who was one of the great players for the Giants back in the old days, I think it was in 1912, he missed a fly ball which lost the Giants the World Series. When he died, this enormously successful man at the age of 83 or something like that, a banker in California, whatever, Fred Snodgrass dies, muffed fly ball in 1912. I mean, and despite his success, despite his joys or grandchildren and so forth, there was this one stigma that was attached to him for the rest of his life. So it does indeed have to do with you better catch that fly ball out in that field or you're marked forever.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Zach Gallen goes back to work, and the first pitch is inside, pushing Acuna back off the plate. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball is rifled foul and out of play. 1-1. Big hack by Acuna. The 1-1 pitch. Check swing foul at the plate is an excuse me swing. Acuna can't believe he made contact with it. For the second strike, it's 1-2. He was moving towards it and then tried to pull the bat back, and just at the last second, before he could get the bat out of the way, the head of the bat tapped the ball foul right in front of his feet. So it's a 1-2 to Acuna. The wind up the pitch in the dirt. Good take by Ronald. And it's 2-2. Acuna and Morera, the catcher, are having fun tossing the ball at each other. The 2-2 on the way from Gallen. Swing, and that ball just got a stitch of that to stay alive. Morera couldn't hold on to it. Do it again at 2-2. Zach Gallen at 77 pitches. If we could get the pitch count up here in this inning, might be able to chase him out as well. The 2-2 pitch, inside, ball 3, fastball. That was a close one. I think he was actually, the first one I think he was pushing back. That one I think he was trying to get that inside corner, but just missed his spot. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. A lot of top spin. Dumped it over the shortstop's head. and it's a leadoff single for Ronald Acuna Jr. So Acuna on, and Olsen standing at the plate, representing the tying run. First pitch on the way, swung on and hammered foul out of play. It's 0-1. Acuna dancing back and forth at first base. They're going to flip it over to first. Try to keep Acuna close by. Gallen looking over his shoulder, keeping an eye on Acuna. Maybe that'll cost him. The 1-0 pitch, the 0-1 pitch, fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. As much as he's thrown over there today, if he's concerned about Acuna, that could play right into the hands of Olsen. You got to be looking fastball, the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hammered over to second. It's going to be a 4-6-3 put out. Had him played perfectly. He hit it hard on the ground, but it's a rally-killing double play. Bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley the first pitch on the way to Austin is swung on and fouled down the line. Hit pretty hard down the right field line, but plenty foul. It's 0-1. Riley's 1 for 2. The 0-1 swing, and that ball is hit hard into right field, going back over the head of the right fielder Smith. Riley trucks into second base with a 2-out double. Thought Smith might have a chance to make that play. He sure made it interesting. They are starting to get a hold of that fastball, though, especially the right-handers. Man, that ball actually touched his glove, just skidded off his glove, outstretched arms. That'll bring Darnode to the plate. If Darnode can get himself another Darnode, we'll get an RBI here. The first pitch on the way is a fastball, rifled back, foul out of play. It's 0-1. Chicago, the Cubs lead San Diego 1-0. That game is in the first. I mean, does it ever rain in San Diego? It is always sunny. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit over to the right side. Diving play by Marte. Good defensive play, 4-3 put out. Darnode almost got himself a Darnode, but got thrown out at first. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the fifth. Braves trail by 2.
What are you putting on makeup? When you find the pumps to match your skirt. Get out in the gym and start warming up. Let's go.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat. Francisco Liriano, in 2012, he signed a deal with the Pirates, but the contract was quickly voided. This is because he broke his arm trying to scare his kids on Christmas, but the deal went through a few months later.
Armchair.
John McGraw's New York Giants had never really recovered from the Merkle boner, the base-running error that cost them the pennant in 1908. Though they remained a perennial National League power with superb pitchers like Christy Mathewson and Rube Marquard, and won the pennant in 1911. they couldn't seem to win a World Series. Then, in 1912, after dominating the league throughout the season, they faced one of the greatest of all Boston Red Sox teams in the World Series. The Red Sox had won 105 games, an American League record, and their intimidating lineup included Harry Hooper, Tris Speaker, and a dazzling fastball pitcher named Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood was a pitcher who, though not remembered nearly as well as Walter Johnson, was at his peak his equal, and such that in the 1912 season they both had these extraordinary streaks of winning 16 consecutive games. When he was at his prime, it was Walter Johnson who said of him, "There's no man alive throws as hard as Smokey Joe Wood."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail it by 2. We're here in the bottom of the 5th. Colin McHugh is going to go back out to work. You would think this is a perfect spot for Shawver to possibly come in the next inning. First pitch on the way from McHugh is down and in. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down below the knees. Taken for a ball, 2-0. The 2-0 from McHugh. Right there for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Evens up the count at 2-2. Josh Rojas is 1 for 1 with a walk, a single, an RBI. The 2-2 on the way. Drag bunt, and he's going to get on. Rojas dragged the bunt over towards second base. A gutsy play, because if that ball goes foul, he's out. But he dragged it right in between the pitcher's mound and second base. McHugh had no chance of making the play, and by the time Ozzie got it barehanded, Rojas was crossing the bag. So a good play, a gutsy play. Guarantee analytics doesn't like that play. They hate bunts to begin with. The bunts with 2 strikes, they've got to loathe. First pitch on the way to McCarthy. He drops a bunt, and it goes foul off the plate. It's 0-1. McCarthy 0 for 2 with the fielder's choice. A ground out, a run scored. One on, nobody out. McCarthy, the number 7 hitter. Perdomo and Herrera to follow. The 0-1. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field, and making the catch is Harris for out number 1. Tampa Bay, 6-2 winners over Boston. Milwaukee, 5-1 winners over Cincinnati. Ben Lively was on the hill today for the Reds. I think it was Hauser for Milwaukee today. Geraldo Perdomo, who also can drag bunt. He's 1 for 2 with a double in the second. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way just off the plate wide. It's 0-1. 1-0. The 1-0 from McHugh. Turns, flips, fires to first. Under the tag. Do it again at 1-0. Looking ahead to the 6th inning for the Braves, it'll be Rosario, Ozzie, and Ozuna, the 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Still got to go back to that non-hustle play by Ozuna. This should be a 1-run game right now, at worst. The 1-1 tries to drop a bunt, but it goes foul and well out of play. It's 1-2. Braves 3, Arizona 5. Bottom of the 5th inning. Braves are in double play depth. They are shifted to the right. Arcia closest to the second base bag. The 1-2 pitch. Down in the dirt. It's 2-2. So you got 1 on, 1 out, a 2-2 count. McHugh looks in, kicks and deals, swing, and that ball's banged foul towards the Braves' first base dugout. It's 2-2. The 2-2. McHugh working pretty slowly now. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep down the right field line, but foul. Do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 from Colin. Swing and bangs it foul again. Off speed pitch. Do it again. McHugh now at 21 pitches. The 2-2 on the way. Wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 for out number 2. So 2 down, and the number 9 hitter, Herrera, coming to the plate. First pitch on the way to Herrera is a strike there on the inner pocket. Down and in, it's 0-1. Cubs just hit another home run. They're up 2-0 out in San Diego. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged foul down the line. It's 0-2. Herrera is 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs. McHugh looks in. The windup, kicks and deals down and inside. It's 1-2. Arizona 5, Atlanta 3. Time is called. The 1-2 from McHugh. Down and away. It's 2-2. Ball went in the dirt. Runner had no chance to advance. They didn't get very far away. 1 on, 2 out. The 2-2 from McHugh turns and flips it over to first real quick. I don't recall it being like this before, but McHugh's working incredibly slowly today. I mean, he's pushing that pitch clock to the limit. And it also seems like that Arizona starts their pitch clock kind of slow. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball is hit over to the right side of the infield. Ozzie scoops it, flips it for out number 3. A 4-3 put out. Will head to the top of the 6th. We need a couple of runs. Rosario, Albies, and Ozuna labeled to the task.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me.
Why?
It's called eating your feelings, ass bag. Mom's gonna walk into the bus till I'm 40, all right?
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Maggie's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Florida, center field. The Dbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
For over half a century, I've had to live with the fact that I dropped a ball in a World Series. Oh, yes, you're the guy that dropped that fly ball, aren't you? But for years and years, whenever I'd be introduced to somebody, they'd start saying something and then stop, afraid of hurting my feelings.
John McGraw felt so bad for his center fielder that he raised Snodgrass's salary $1,000.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 2 as we head to the second half of the game. Top of the 6th inning, Rosario grabs the bat, and the first pitch is a fastball for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Change up off the plate wide. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch inside, ball 2, 2-1. Love to get at least one run back here. The 90th pitch of the game for Gallen. The 2-1's off the plate. Called for a wide strike. It's 2-2. Hasn't called many wide strikes, but Gallen got the call there. A.J. Smith-Shawver is warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen. Don't go anywhere. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 2-2. So he will be taking the bump the next time out. It's funny, we talked about this in the pregame show, kind of laid it out that if Soroka could get 4 or 5 innings, you could bring Shawver in for a couple. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. What in the world was he swinging at? Strike 3. Rosario nowhere near the ball. The ball is kind of corkscrewed him into the ground. That pitch was well inside and low. More of a self-defense type of swing. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie, 2 for 2. A single, a 2-run home run. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is high and out of the zone. Fastball misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. Off speed misses. It's 2-0. Sean Murphy is going to bat for Ozuna. He's got the bat, so think that's a message sent to Ozuna. I still think it's a better message sent when he's on the base paths to take him off immediately. So Murphy will get a chance to swing the bat. Ozzie's got a 3-0 count. The 3-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 3-1. You had a 3-1 count. Should be noted, though it was a strike, he missed his spot. There, he was supposed to be throwing outside, and it went inside. The 3-1 swing and fouls it straight back 95 miles an hour. It's 3-2. The 3-2 from Gallen. The windup, the pitch. Swung on, and that ball is hammered into right field. And diving catch by Smith for out number 2. No, it got down. Okay. He must have trapped it. I thought he caught it. He must have trapped it. That's my bad. Thought it was, looking at the replay, how close was it? It wasn't nearly as close as I thought it was. He caught it on the one hop. He's actually pretty fortunate that ball didn't fly over his glove. Wouldn't that have been fun? If that ball hops over his glove, Ozzie would still be running. They're going to have a mound visit real quick. Whole infield talking to Gallen. Sean Murphy comes to the plate. Murphy, 294 average, 11 home runs. The first pitch is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kick, the pitch, called for a high strike, 83 miles an hour, top of the zone. It's 1-1. It's kind of a hanger there. He hangs that just a tad low, and we're talking about extra bases. Chicago now at 5-0 on San Diego. Wales Vijay, right? The 1-1. Fastball on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 1-2. Agree to disagree. Weathers was on the mound for San Diego today, and they've ran him in the second inning. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing. Just got a piece of that. I don't even know how he got a piece of that ball, but kept it alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. Ozzie on first, 1 out. A 1-2 count. Gallen, pitch 103. The windup in the dirt. The ball gets away, and Ozzie Stays at first. I don't know if it just caught him by surprise and he froze or what happened there. Looked like a pitch that he might be able to get away, scamper down, but Ozzie played it conservatively. I can't hate on that. If you don't know you're going to make it, better off staying. I just figured with his speed that he would have been gone. Gallen flips it back over to first, hoping to catch Ozzie napping. Not a bad idea by Gallen. A lot of times when a runner thinks he missed an opportunity, he gets overzealous and tries to steal the bag immediately. The 2-2 pitch. He's going. Wind up the pitch, swung on, bang, foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Gallen is now about to throw his 105th pitch of the afternoon. Hopefully this is the one he hangs. The 2-2. Ozzie's going again and swing, and that ball is grounded over to third. Ozzie's easily going to be in there. So Murph grounds out. That's the bad news. The good news is Ozzie was going. So no chance at the double play. Runner in scoring position, a chance to cut this lead in half if we can get a base hit by Arcia. Orlando Arcia, 0 for 2. The first pitch on the way. Down and out, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Gallen lets it fly. Swing, and just got a piece of that. Bangs it off the plate. It's 1-1. Ozzie on second. 2 outs. Michael Harris the second, standing on deck. So they could be pitching around Arcia, as cold as Harris has been. The 1-1. Right there for a strike. Man, that is fastball 1-2. That's the type of pitch Orlando normally drives into the gap. Must have been looking for the off speed because, that was right down Main Street for him. He won't get another pitch, a better pitch this at bat. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. It's 1-2 once again. Ozzie Albies stands on second with 2 outs. The 1-2. Gallen starts his leg kick and then turns towards second. No one's covering the bag, so he'll just lift his foot down. That will count as a offering. The 1-2 pitch on the way from Gallen. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Arcia down on strikes. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Braves trail by 2. And don't go anywhere. The A.J. Smith-Shawver era begins next.
Bo Body. What does the first B stand for?
What are we doing?
We're making acronyms. Okay, what does the first B stand for? Business. I like it.
We need a new manager.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Part 18. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat.
Armchair.
New York Giants second baseman John Montgomery Ward was a rarity among players, a graduate of the Columbia Law School. And in an age when workers everywhere were struggling to win their rights, he was willing to take on the club owners on their own terms. Ward publicly denounced the reserve clause, which now kept every player from deciding for himself where he wished to play, and forced him to accept whatever wage his owner was willing to pay.
There is now no escape for the player. If he attempts to elude the operation of the rule, he becomes at once a professional outlaw, and the hand of every club is against him. Like a fugitive slave law, the reserve clause denies him a harbor or a livelihood, and carries him back bound and shackled to the club from which he attempted to escape. We have, then, the curious result of a contract which on its face is for 7 months, being binding for life. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. A.J. Smith-Shawver is taking the mound. This powder blue glove, the right-hander, 109 ERA in 7 starts in the minor leagues, 12 walks and 45 strikeouts. First pitch on the way is a fastball, 96 right down the pipe. And strike one, they'll save the ball for him, toss it in the dugout. Bat boy will take care of that and make sure he can send that to the Hall of Fame. The 0-1 pitch from Shawver, swing, and that ball's belted down the right field line. Foul. It's 0-2. Yeah, hey, Zeus, I think this very well could be an NLCS or NLDS preview, if nothing else. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and rifled, fouling out of play. It's 0-2. I definitely think Arizona is going to go for it at the trading deadline this year. You haven't seen that in a while. They're playing outstanding baseball. It's been a fun series. The 0-2 pitch just misses the top of the zone. So he's gone four-seam slider. The 5th pitch on the way, the 1-2. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Bending foul and well out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Can't get a much tougher debut. Not only are you on the road and trailing, but you're facing the top of the order. This is a good test for Shawver. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Whoa. High and outside. It's 2-2. I think that might have been his curveball. Didn't curve much, but it came in at 78. The 2-2 on the way. Fastball swung on and lifted into left field. Going back, running on the track. Making the catches, Rosario, for out number 1. Good defensive play by Eddie. So that'll bring up Marte to the plate. Marte takes the first pitch slider right there at the knees, 86 miles an hour. It's 0-1. A lot of folks have asked about what the plan is for Shawver, considering that he's a starter. I think what you would typically see, the 0-1 is in the dirt. 1-1. I think what you'll typically see when he does come in the game, I don't think they want to just bring him in for one batter, one out type of thing. I think it's going to be 2 innings, sometimes 3, like they did with Strider to start them off. The 1-1, 96 miles an hour outside of the zone, it's 2-1. You do that over the course of time, and then if you do have to stretch them out, it doesn't take long. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, top of the top shelf, and camping underneath it to make the play. That's a major league pop-up. Out, number 2. So that'll bring Corbin Carroll to the plate. Corbin Carroll's 2 for 2. He takes the first pitch, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Right there for a strike, it's 0-1. 2 young phenoms going at it. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball in the dirt, it's 1-1. Hasn't really been placing that pitch very well so far. The curveball misses again, high and outside, 2-1. The 2-1 from Shawver. The wind up the pitch, fastball misses high, ball 3. So he's worked a 3-1 count to Carroll. Christian Walker stands on deck. The 3-1 delivery, swing, and bangs it foul down the first base line. It's a full count now. The 3-2 pitch from Shawver. His 17th of the inning. The windup, swing, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Rifles it foul and out of play over the third base dugout. We'll do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 pitch. Fastball got him. Looking for the local. He got the express coming right down the tracks. His first career strikeout. His first career inning. 1, 2, 3. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man. There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high-leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. The Arizona Diamondbacks have a 2-run lead, and it's interesting. Andrew Chafin is coming into the game, the left-hander, to face what will be the top of the order, and it's interesting because he's typically their closer, but they're bringing him in what they think is the most important inning, as the 7th is going to be Harris and then the top. First pitch on the way to Harris is a fastball, misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. You almost wonder if they should have pinch hit Pilar, the 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Kind of a tough matchup here for Harris. The left-hander Chafin kind of comes from the far side of first base with his delivery. The 1-1 swing and bangs it foul down the first base line. It's 1-2. Just about time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. We'll try to squeeze this in as we go along. The 1-2 in the dirt. Good take by Harris. 2-2. On this date in 1911, in a 26-3 win over the Boston Braves at the Palace of the Fans in Cincinnati, 13 Reds cross home plate. It's the highest number of different players from one team scoring in a single game. The 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Harris goes down on strikes. Kind of looked overmatched in that at bat. There's one away. On this date in 1964, as Acuna comes to the plate, Connie Mack Stadium, Sandy Koufax throws his third no-hitter in 3 years, blanking the Phillies 3-0. The Dodgers southpaw will add a perfect game to his resume. It's the first pitch on the way to Acuna, swung on. That ball is rifled into center field, down for a base hit, and it's a 1-out single for your Atlanta Braves. When he adds that perfect game to his resume the following season, he'll join Larry Corcoran, Cy Young, and Bob Fellers, the only major league pitchers to pitch 3 career hitless games at the time. First pitch on the way to Olsen is a swing and a miss, strike. Lefty-lefty matchup. It's 0-1. On this date, 1967, at Busch Stadium, St. Louis Cardinals, Chafin does a soft toss over to first. Not sure what that's going to accomplish. You get Acuna back, unless he's trying to set him up for a mutt. I'll tell you what, Chafin has got to be Rod Beck's doppelganger. The 0-1 pitch, swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 0-2. On this date, 1967, Cardinals outfielder Curt Flood, errorless streak, comes to an end. 227 games, 568 chances, ends when he drops Rich Knight's 5th inning fly ball. The 0-2 to Olsen on the way. Good take by Olsen. That's a nasty slider below the knees. 1-2. That's the one that he got Harris to swing and miss on. The error leads to an unearned run, but St. Louis still beat the Cubs 4-3. The 1-2 in the dirt. Ball bounces away, not far enough. Acuna's trying to bait Marrero into throwing it down to first, but Herrera does not bite. So a 2-2 count to Olsen, trying to find any way to get on here against the tough lefty. The wind up, the pitch. Acuna's off and running, and he has second base stolen. He could have moonwalked the last 45 feet. He had an enormous jump. Still did a head first slide. Chafin has a long leg kick. He shortens it sometimes, but that one, he picked the right one to go on. So now a full count to Olsen, as that pitch was nowhere near the zone. The 3-2. Swing, and that ball is leveled into center field. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Acuna around. He'll score. It's 5-4. An RBI single for Big Matt Olsen, and Austin Riley coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Acuna. No, sorry, by Olsen. Seeing Acuna doing the gritty coming across the plate again kind of threw me off. Austin Riley, lefty-righty matchup. If they decide to stay with Chafin, they're coming out there to talk to him right now. Looks like it's the pitching coach. They're just trying to regroup. You know he's talking to him about trying to get him into a double play with Riley and Olsen on the base paths. On this date in 1968, Don Drysdale, pitching his 6th consecutive shutout, defeats the Pirates 5-0. The Dodgers right-hander will extend his major league record scoreless streak to 58 2/3 innings before yielding a run in his next start. Of course, that wasn't broken until 1988 with Oral Hershiser. First pitch on the way to Riley is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. And on this date, 1996, Jacksonville, Florida, the Jacksonville Suns reliever Pamela Davis, as the 1-0 to Riley is on the way, called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Pamela Davis for the Jacksonville Suns AA affiliate of the Detroit Tigers throws one scoreless inning of relief to earn the win, a minor league exhibition game against the Australian Olympic team, the 1-1. Swing, and fouls it back out of play. It's 1-2. Davis would become the first woman to pitch for a major league farm club, and that was in 1996, Jacksonville, Florida. And that is your turn back time for June 4th. The 1-2. Oh, my God. Terrible swing by Riley. He's out on strikes. 1-2. I don't even know how to explain that swing. It was almost like a bad golf shank. Kind of shortened up the swing and tried to stop, and probably almost threw his back out trying to stop that swing. So Travis d'Arnaud will come to the plate now. Braves trail by only 1. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. You know, it would take a long ball to tie the game with Olsen on the paths, but he does hustle. The 0-1 pitch. Top of the zone. Did he go around? Did not. It's 1-1. And, of course, if d'Arnaud could get his second home run of the season, we'd be talking about a 1-run lead here in the 7th. The 1-1. Misses high and out of the zone. 2-1. d'Arnaud's 1 for 3 with a single in the 4th. A run scored. The 2-1 pitch. Chafin lets it fly, swing and a miss. That was a wild swing. Two and two. I don't know when they make the announcements. It seems like it's in a few weeks, but you'd think that Pete Alonso will be in the home run derby again. He hit his 21st today in the Mets loss. You wonder if we'll get a Matt Olsen, the 2-2, down below the knees, taken for a ball, 3-2. So this is what we really needed is for this count to go full, because now Matt Olson will be on the run, giving him a head start. Anything to get in the gap would score. The 3-2 pitch on the way, down below the knees. Taken for a ball. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario lefty-lefty matchup, and you really wonder now, why in the world are we not going to the first pitch on the way, swung on, foul, back out of play. It's 0-1. Why would you not go to Kevin Pillar at this point? Unless they're worried about who they got warming up in the bullpen and they don't want that matchup of Pillar versus, but you could always go back and then throw Hilliard at him. So I don't know. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it out of play. It's 0-2. I can't see Arizona's bullpen, but if they have a tough righty warming up, that could be the reason why they don't want to bring in Pillar. One of those head games. This is a tough ask for Rosario. The 0-2 in the dirt. Good take by Eddie. 1-2. Two on, two out. A 1-2 count to Rosario. A base hit should tie it, unless it was a hard hit ball right at somebody. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and pops it up. It'll be an easy can of corn in shallow left field. Making the catch is Perdomo. That'll end the inning. So they don't go to the pinch hitter, and it costs Atlanta. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch, Braves country.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. 1, 2, 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I don't care if I never get back. Rooting for the home. Don't win the game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. AJ Smith-Shawver will go back to work. But even with that being said, I think I would have liked to have seen Pillar hit, even if he would have faced a righty. I'd like to see him. He's come up with some big pinch hits. But I guess they just didn't want to take his bat out this quick. The first pitch on the way from Shawver is a slider, swing and a miss by Christian Walker. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Down off the plate wide. Slider misses. It's 1-1. Really wasn't throwing that curveball very well last inning, so we'll see if Shawver tries to go back to it or just sticks with fastball slider, the 1-1. Curveball misses, low and outside, 2-1. It's not really placing that curveball. The 2-1. Fastball swung on and drilled foul down the third base line. Walker was sitting on that. 2-2. As well as he is stretched out, we might even get 3 innings out of him. Assuming he's pitching well. They're not going to let him just get out there and get roasted. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball caught, looking. Strike 3. Got him. 96 miles an hour. Outside corner. That is an impressive pitch. You can see why the 20-year-old has just skyrocketed through the minor leagues. That'll bring Rivera to the plate. Rivera's 1 for 3. The first pitch. Slider just misses. It's 1-0. They're pitching backwards, starting off with that slider but I don't know why you don't just, let him throw that fastball, and then once the guys get behind, is the swung on, check swing comebacker over the mound, but right at Arcia, he'll flip it over to first, easily getting Rivera out. When Rivera check swinged, he didn't run out immediately, didn't realize that the ball was in play, and by the time he realized it, he was dead meat. But I'd like to see them try to start. I don't know if they're worried about them ambushing the fastball, but I'd like to see them start off with that fastball on the outer part of the plate. First pitch is 95-mile-an-hour fastball right out there. Just missed the corner, and it's 1-0. Once you get the lead in the count, is the 1-0 swing and a miss. It's 1-1. That slider is going to be really hard to lay off of, because where he's missing that slider in the zone, it is just below the zone. You're not going to be able to take that pitch. You'd have to be Nostradamus to know that ball's not going to land in the zone the way it comes out of his hand. The 1-1. Fastball right there on the outer edge. It's 1-2. 95 miles an hour painting the corners. You got a 1-2 pitch to Rojas. 1-2 count to Rojas. The line at the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Locomotive coming right down the line for the second strikeout. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. A.J. Smith-Shawver era has begun with the bang.
To prevent from taking down any future videos, we have decided to no longer shoot any video in which we say or do anything offensive. Here is our latest video. How was school? I had an English test and got an A. That's awesome. Yeah, it is. Good job, son. Thanks, Dad. Oh, have you seen my dress shoes? Where are you going now? I'm going to church. Praise Jesus. Praise him every day.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Your favorite shot?
Favorite shot? I don't know. I had it last night. Lots of them. I think it's called the Picklehead, where it's a shot of Jameson with a little bit of pickle juice chaser. and it's the most wonderful and terrible thing I've ever had in my drinking life. Because once you take the shot and then you take the pickle juice, there's no burn. There's absolutely no burn, right? And then you're like, well, shoot, yeah, it's just Kool-Aid at that point. It can lead to very bad things. Trust me.
Armchair.
It is ridiculous to pay ball players $2,000 a year, especially when the $800 boys often do just as well.
William A. Hulbert, a ruthless coal magnate who owned the Chicago White Stockings, became the National League's president. He immediately took steps to revive the reputation of the professional game. Players were forbidden to drink on the field or off. No beer was to be served on the grounds, and no games were to be played on Sunday. Power was to be invested in the owners, not the players.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail at 5-4. That's the bad news. The good news is Ozzie Albies, who's 3 for 3 with 2 runs and 2 RBIs coming to the plate. And if you're just joining us, A.J. Smith-Shawver era has began with a bang. 6 up, 6 down. First pitch on the way from McGoo. I guess it's McGoo. Right there for a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 swing and a miss, 0-2. Scott McGoo from Monroeville, Pennsylvania. 5'11", 33-year-old. He's set to face Ozzie, Ozuna, and Arcia. I'm sorry, not Ozuna. Murphy and Arcia. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt bounces way back to the backstop. 1-2. Man, you really wish Ozzie had swung at that one. He could have ran down to first. Or just stuck his leg out there. The 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 2-2. Miami Marlins, who are in second place in the East, they won today, so they're 3 back. If the Braves don't get the W today, they'll be just 2.5 in front. The 2-2 pitch swing, and that ball's fouled down the left field line. It's 2-2. Miami's set to face the Kansas City Royals at the beginning of the week while we're playing the Mets. The 2-2 on the way, swung on and grounded over to first. Walker's got it, flips it to the pitcher covering the bag, and there's one away. So 1 out, and Murphy will come to the plate. Sean Murphy (0 for 1). He's come on to replace Ozuna, most likely because Ozuna did not run out a fly ball that would have at least been a double. Instead, it was a long single his previous time up. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-2. It'll be interesting to see if Snicker actually comments on it or gives you a bunch of coach speak in the post-game press conference. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. 1-2. Arizona 5, Braves 4, top of the 8th. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded softly over to short. Be an easy 6-3 putout. Ball went in the dirt. Good backhanded play by Walker. Perdomo almost screwed that one up, but a good defensive play by Walker saved him. For out number 2. So that will bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia he's 0 for 3, and the first pitch is a strike on the outer edge. 0-1. Arcia grounded into a double play. Grounded out to second that struck out swinging his last time up. The 0-1 pitch. Inside. Did he go around? They're going to check down. Yep. You knew old Brian Knight was going to ring him up. It's 0-2. Knight must have some big plans to watch the NBA Finals tonight. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Arcia down on strikes again. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Braves trail by just 1.
This time I'm going to kick that football clear to the moon.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
I'm unemployed and I live with my parents.
I'm Victoria. Hi.
So Pete Rose, the leadoff batter for the Philadelphia Phillies, introduced to the crowd here today. And Pete Rose, a man who has been a bat more times than any player in the history of the major leagues.
That if he keeps breathing, he will break Ty Cobb's record.
And, of course, the big question this year is whether or not he'll be able to play every ball game. He wants to. The manager says he wants to rest him. He's missed only 80 games in his 20-year career. And Seaver's first pitch, ball 1. Seaver with 264 wins, 156 losses. One of a few pitchers who has won over 100 games more than he has lost.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Devlin got a job as a policeman in 1880, died of consumption just 3 years later. His early death, said a Louisville newspaper, was an instructive example of the fruits of crookedness. The National League had survived its first scandal.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from A.J. Smith-Shawver is a high ball out of the zone to McCarthy. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Fastball misses high, 2-0. Shawver at 31 pitches. Of course, he's coming off of being a starter, so that should be well within reason. The 2-1 swing and fouls it off. Goes straight back to the screen. It's 2-1. A.J. Smith-Shawver so far 2 innings, no hits, no walks, 3 strikeouts. He's thrown 19 strikes in just 32 pitches. A good mix there. You don't want them to all be strikes. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Slider just misses inside. Now 3-1. So you don't want to put McCarthy on. Not only is he the leadoff hitter, but he's also got pretty good speed. The 3-1 pitch. Fastball misses. His first walk given up. So it's a 5-pitch walk to start the 8th inning. Not what you want. Perdomo coming to the plate. Remember, Perdomo's got wheels and he will drag a bunt or two. So you got to keep an eye out for that. Righty-lefty matchup. You do wonder if any of these guys have crossed paths in the minors versus each other. First pitch on the way to Perdomo is a high and outside ball. Fastball, it's 1-0. His four-seamer's registering a little slower than it was the first couple innings, but that could just be him settling in. Shawver turns and fires it back over to first. Well under the tag. The 1-0. AJ, fastball right there at the knees, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-1. The 1-1 on the way. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the right field line, but luckily foul. It's 1-2. If that would have stayed fair, that would have been trouble. That might have even been a run with McCarthy's speed. So you got a 1-2 count to Perdomo. On deck, due up, is the hind catcher, Herrera. The 1-2 pitch. Slider just misses the inside part of the plate. Man, would that have been a nice pitch right there. It's 2-2. McCarthy dancing back and forth. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. Caught by Rosario for out number 1. Brian Snitker's going to come out to grab Shawver. Think the theory behind that is they didn't want him to go back around to the top of the lineup again. So we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Good standing ovation from the Braves faithful in Arizona. We'll hit the scoreboard here in just a second. Be back after a really quick message. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves are going to the pen. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him go, but that's also the fan in us. AJ Minter is going to come into the game. I think that's going to force some pinch hitting. But I think that with it being his first outing, I just think they wanted him to leave on a high note. And he's responsible for the run on first, but all in all, you got to love what you got out of him. And I guarantee you a lot of it's the psychology of it all. He went 2 1/3, no hits, gave up the 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. I mean, that's a heck of an outing. And I just think I really think if this was a different situation, 3rd, 4th outing, somewhere in that neighborhood, you're probably going to see Shawver go. But I do believe that's as I like to say, putting him in bubble wrap. I think they want him to have a successful first outing, get the pats on the back, all that kind of stuff. And he was set to face the top of the order again, and that's where it really comes into play. Going to hit the scoreboard here in a second. It is time for birthdays as AJ Minter comes into the game with a 6.66 ERA. Oof. You got to do something about that. First pitch on the way from Minter, lefty-righty matchup is on the way, and it's a fastball, 95 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Moreno pinch hitting for Herrera. The 0-1. AJ flips it over to first. Not much of a pickoff attempt. Happy 27th birthday to Milwaukee Brewer Freddie Peralta, 35 wins lifetime with Milwaukee. Aaron Nola turns 30 today, 82 wins lifetime. The 0-1's in the dirt, 96 miles an hour. It's 1-1. This one made me feel extremely old because he doesn't seem like he was that old when I watched him play. This one threw me for a loop. Tony Pena, the former catcher of the Cardinals and the Pirates in the 80s and 90s, is the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. Runner was on the move. It's 1-2. Tony Pena turns 66 years old today. And not that 66 is necessarily that old, but that one threw me for a loop because in my mind, if you would have asked me how old is Tony Pena, I would have thought mid to late 50s. Terry Kennedy, catcher for the Padres in the early 80s. Whatever reason, one of my favorite players, it's a really random guy that I always kept up with, had all his baseball cards. He turned 67 today. The 1-2 pitch, and the runner's off and going. They're going to steal that on Tarnode with ease. And another run in scoring position up with one away. Darren Erstad, he turns 49 today. And I would have thought that he was actually older. The non-baseball birthdays, just a couple. Angelina Jolie turns 48 and Scott Wolf is 55, and that's your birthdays. AJ Minter turns around to chase the runner back to second. The 2-2 to Moreno, lefty-righty matchup. The wind up the pitch, and fastball just misses the top of the zone, a full count. And on the play, McCarthy steals. Not even an attempt to throw over there at third. There's 2 strikes here. So the squeeze bunt's probably out of the play, but you got to keep an eye on everything now. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and fouls it back out of play. Change up top of the zone. It's 3-2. Trying to get him to pop that one up. Orioles beat the Giants 8-3 today. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Moreno. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 96 mile an hour. Fastball blew it right by him, top shelf, and there's 2 away. Rangers 12-3 over the Mariners. Angels 2-1 over the Astros. Guardians 2-1 over the Twins. White Sox 6-2 winners over Detroit. Royals 2-0 over the Rockies. These are all finals. Marlins over the A's, Brewers over the Reds, and the Blue Jays beat the Mets while the Phillies took care of the Nationals. First pitch on the way to Smith is a fastball right there, top of the zone, 96 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Rays over the Red Sox, and Pirates 2-1 over the Cardinals earlier today. Only 2 games going on right now. This one and Cubs Padres. Chicago leads at 7-1 in the 5th. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and fouls it down the line, 96 miles an hour. It's 0-2. So AJ Minter 1 out away from getting out of this jam. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and grounded up the middle. Arcia's got it, fires it over to first. A one-hopper backhanded stab by Olsen will end the inning. What a hell of a play by Olsen to keep this game a 1-run game. When we come back, Harris, Acuna, Olsen, all coming to the plate.
coming out of retirement for
Whoa,
this
whoa,
one.
whoa, what?
Yeah.
Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a third swing coming. I know, he said, and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good. There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball, said Bertie McCree. When you see the arm start forward, swing. Another batter simply shook his head. You can't hit what you can't see.
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, he said, was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching? And he said, well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trailed by 1 as we head to the top of the 9th inning, and Castro will be on the mound. Braves threatened on Castro the last time out. See if they can get to him this time. First pitch on the way is a fastball, misses wide of the plate. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Inside for a ball, 1-1. The 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled down the line, 96 miles an hour at the knees. It's 2-1. Miguel Castro, of course, Braves fans will remember him back when he was with the New York Mets. Got him to the closer position here. The 2-1 pitch, way outside wide, ball 3-1. So you'd love to get Harris on to start the inning with his speed and Acuna at the bat. Could really cause some problems here. The 3-1 delivery, outside wide, ball 4. And Michael Harris II is heading down to first with nobody out. And Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Is that one of those Phantom ILs, Goat? He's been getting pounded here recently. First pitch on the way to Acuna is way inside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. 97 miles an hour. Don't know if that was a brushback pitch or not. Acuna kind of glanced out there at the mound. I think he's trying to read the room. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball is going to get dropped down into right field, and it is going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Michael Harris. He is cruising around second, heading into third, and we've got runners on the corners and nobody out. And Matt Olson coming to the plate, righty versus lefty matchup. How about that? So here comes Olson. He's 2 for 4. The first pitch on the way is off the plate wide. Ball 1, 97-mile-an-hour fastball missing. On deck is Austin Riley. In the hole is Darno, the 1-0 swing, and the runner's on the way. And here comes Acuna. He steals second. And now we've got runners on second and third and nobody out. A base hit would give us the lead. Dangerous play. He is safe. They were talking about possibly challenging it, but I don't think there's anything to challenge. The 1-1 pitch misses off the plate wide, 2-1. Doesn't matter now. If you look at the replay, his hand just touches the bag before they hit the back foot. The 2-1 swing and fouls it back, straight back. It's 2-2. The infield is in for Arizona, which is interesting. As you're playing that in, you're opening up more of a possibility of the go-ahead run scoring. Most teams, especially when they're at home, would play the infield back. The 2-2 in the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. So they may pitch around Olson to set up a double play. Acuna is on second. Harris is on third. 2 on. Nobody out. The 3-2 pitch to Olson. Swing, and just gets a piece of that foul and out of play. We'll do it again. 91-mile-an-hour changeup. It's 3-2. Two on, nobody out. The game is at the plate. The 3-2 pitch. Oh my God, ball, strike 3. What in the world was Olson doing? I mean, floater to changeup in there about belt high. Unbelievable. Well, he had the best seat in the house. I mean, you talk about choking under pressure. That is just pathetic. Jeez. You got to get the bat off your shoulders, son. They're going to walk Riley to get to Darno, which makes a lot of sense. Diamondbacks pitching coach is going to come out and talk to Castro. And I'm sure they're trying to talk about the fact that I'd say they're probably going to play in double play depth with the speed of Riley and Darno at the plate and at first. They're set up for a double play. Now, conversely, Darno's got to try not to hit anything on the ground, especially if it's right at somebody. The bases are juiced. Ducks all over the pond. A base hit would give the Braves the lead. A fly ball would tie it. Acuna on second. The first pitch is swung on and fouled down the right field line, but out of play. It's 0-1. Darno is 1 for 3 with a single, a walk, a run scored. Standing on deck is Eddie Rosario. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased a changeup well off the plate. It's 0-2. So now Darno just fighting to stay alive in this at bat. The 0-2 pitch. Swinging, and that ball is right at the shortstop, an Adam ball. Luckily, all the runners came back and tagged the bag. Was hoping that ball was going to dump into the outfield. Thankfully, Acuna read it right and didn't get too far off the bag. He knew exactly where the shortstop was playing behind him. Went straight back to the bag. That was going to be his best chance to double him up. So the game is at the plate now. Braves trail by 1. The first pitch to Eddie is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Nowhere to put Eddie Rosario. Castro has to come in, and Eddie knows it. Bases loaded, 2 outs, the 1-0. Swing, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track. It's over the wall, baby boy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. A grand slam, and the Atlanta Braves lead it 8-5. Go crazy, Braves. Go crazy. Eddie Rosario, 381 happy feet off the bat of Eddie Rosario. And Atlanta takes a 3-run lead here in the top of the 9th inning. Someone better wake up Iglesias and get that boy warmed up, because it's time to rock and roll. Holy cow. I was just hoping it wouldn't get caught. Tell you what, a hell of a play by Smith. He jumped at the right field wall, and the ball, his glove went over the wall. So there were some kids back there trying to catch the home run ball. They might have caught a glove. Thank you, Sister Surround. Much, much appreciated. Atlanta Braves, holy cow. Unbelievable. They're going to go for a pitching change. I know what Diamondback fans are saying. Well, that's a batter too late. They're going to go to Adams. We'll stay here with you and get you caught up on the scoreboard. Because my God, that was an exciting. Hope I didn't blow anyone's eardrums out. That was an exciting play. Holy cow! If the Braves can win this game and come off this road trip after that foul stench in your mouth from the Oakland series, if we could beat a very good Diamondbacks team, got to tip your cap to the Diamondbacks. They are a heck of a team. And I plan on watching a lot more Diamondback games this year because of this series, just because that Corbin Carroll is just a heck of a player. I'm really interested to see how his career goes. And they've got a couple other players I'm really interested in. But the Diamondbacks are a good team. The Diamondbacks are going to the playoffs. I would be shocked if they're not at least a wild card. And this could be a preview of some round in the playoffs. He hung that pitch to Rosario, and it was just an absolute bomb. What an incredible home run by Rosario. So funny, because if you go on Twitter on the normal like I do, and you scroll around, you see a lot of hate towards Rosario. The first pitch on the way from Adams to Ozzie is a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. Adams, man, I was watching this guy, Austin Adams. He has got a funky delivery. The 0-1. Right there for a strike on the inner cut, it's 0-2. Whoa, they called that a ball. That is a bad call by home plate umpire Todd Titchener. The 1-1, Adam steps off the rubber for a second. If you're just joining us, Eddie Rosario has hit a home run, a grand slam, to put the Braves up 3 here in the 9th. It was a sinker, 96 miles an hour, but he clubbed it like as it was a changeup. The 2-1's high and outside. It's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 3-2. I didn't see it come through, Lane, but thank you if it does. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball's roasted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Carroll backhands it. It's keeping Ozzie to just a single. Pretty good defensive play by Carroll, honestly. I think a lot of left fielders don't have the speed to cut that off. Ozzie would have been standing on second or more. And that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. Wouldn't you love to get some breathing room and really put this game away? Pitch on the way to Murphy is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. When Adams first came on, the first time I saw him pitch, I wasn't that impressed. And then he grew on me in his outing. And I'll tell you what, I would love to have this guy on our bullpen. He is nasty. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up to second base. Going to be out number 3, but not before. Your Atlanta Braves have taken a 3-run lead off the bat. The grand salami by Eddie Rosario will be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
You could be like, I'm so sad. And somebody's like, oh, but you're beautiful. I know, I'm depressed, not ugly.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. was a hitting machine and is, of course, the father of superstar Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But did you know that Vlad Sr. was almost a Dodger twice? He spent 8 months at Dodger facilities as a rookie in 1993, but they decided not to sign him. Then, when Vlad was a free agent in 2004, the Dodgers went after him again. In fact, the Dodgers were so close to signing Vlad that their executives were congratulating each other for seemingly closing the deal. But he signed with the Angels instead, which is the team that is on his hat in the Hall of Fame.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Welcome back, Braves Country. Thank you, Lane. Thank you, Sister Surround. You're just joining us. The Atlanta Braves, who once trailed in this game 5-3, got it 5-4, and then the 9th inning happened. The Braves scored 4 runs off of a grand slam by Eddie Rosario after they intentionally walked Riley to get to Darnode. Darnode hit a soft liner, almost doubled up someone in that scenario. And then Rosario, the second pitch, wham-bammed it over the right field fence. That's where we're at. And I forget who I first saw it from, but I like the nickname, so we're going to use it. Eyeglasses comes onto the mound. Raziel Iglesias, as he's other known as. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a fastball, misses wide outside. It's 1-0. He's set to face Marte, Carroll, and Walker. So the heart of the Arizona order, the 1-0. Right there, called out a ball. I don't know about that one. It's 2-0. Should have been a strike. Missed by home plate umpire Titchener. The 2-0 pitch, well off the plate wide, 3-0. So he's got to buckle down here because you got a 3-run lead, but you don't want to put the tying run to the plate this quickly. The 3-0, nowhere near the zone. 4 pitches, and the leadoff runner's on. With a 3-run lead in the 9th, if I'm Iglesias, and I don't know which he prefers, but if he prefers pitching, whether it's the stretch or the windup, I don't let the runner at first even bother me. The game is at the plate. You get the next 3 out, it's over. The first pitch on the way to Carroll. There we go, right there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 from Eyeglasses. Off the plate wide. Ball 1. It's 1-1. When he's missing outside with that fastball, he's missing pretty wide of the zone. Remember, he struggled a few nights back. Looked good his last time out. The 1-1 swung on and grounded over to first. Here comes Olsen. It's going to be a 3-4-1 double play. And we're 1 out away from winning the series and going home with a 3-3 record on this road trip, which the way it started seemed impossible when we ran into that juggernaut of the Oakland A's. Dropped the first 2 of that series. So 2 outs now, and Walker comes to the plate. Christian Walker, he's their big home run hitter, 12 home runs on the year. First pitch on the way to Walker is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Walker's been a solid first baseman for years. No, he's not a household name because he plays out in Arizona, but always been a fan of his game. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. Great changeup. Might have been a little higher than you wanted it, but we'll take it. It's 0-2. The Braves win. They'll stay 3.5 in front of Miami. They'll go to 5.5 in front of New York. And the Mets come a-calling Tuesday night. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play all week long for you on Braves Country. 7:20 Eastern first pitch. Tuesday through Friday night. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, grounded over to third. Riley's got it. He'll take it, flip it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout to end the inning, end the game. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. 8-5. Obviously, the game ball goes to Eddie Rosario tonight. Something we want to start doing, giving a game ball. Had it jotted down a few weeks ago and just keep forgetting about it. Can't forget about it tonight. Eddie Rosario with the game ball tonight hits the grand slam. If you want to, I'll tell you what, if you want an unsung hero for tonight's game, everyone's going to focus on the grand slam, and rightfully so. A.J. Smith-Shawver came in with 2 1/3, and he kept Atlanta in this game. Now, McHugh did a great job of getting out of Soroka's mess when he came on and prevented that run from scoring. But when you look at what Shawver did his first time ever, if it wasn't for the grand salami, he'd be getting the game ball. Atlanta Braves win it 8-5, and they will go 3.5 in front of Miami, 5.5 in front of the Mets, 8 in front of Philly, and an even 10 in front of the Washington Nationals. 32,400 was the attendance tonight at Chase Field, 67% capacity. So not a bad for a Sunday afternoon crowd. Atlanta Braves win this game. Unbelievable. What's really disappointing, if you think about the big picture of this, had Shawver been allowed to finish that inning, Shawver would have gotten his first win. Instead, it'll go to A.J. Minter. And He'll go to 3-5 on the year. Iglesias, eyeglasses, gets his 7th save, and Castro gets the loss. 8 runs, 14 hits, no errors for the Braves. 5 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll be on live 3 to 5 all week long right here on Braves Country HD and WQEE Metro Atlanta, 99.1 FM. But Braves Country Baseball takes the day off tomorrow. No game tomorrow night, just the show. And we'll be back Tuesday night. Braves Mets. This is what we wait all damn winter for, isn't it? The Atlanta Braves playing the Mets in the house that, what would we say? The house that Chipper built? The house that the Big Three built? Anyways, Atlanta wins it. Y'all have a great night, Braves Country. We'll talk about it tomorrow on the show and then get you ready Tuesday. And, man, oh man, what a great win. Braves win it 8 to 5. Got to be on cloud 9. Have a great Sunday night.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for La Jolla, whom Clevelanders love. Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Bye.